How's it going, everyone? Euler Gonzalez here again. And today we're going to talk about is the React performance as a way to make a quick recap of this course taught by Steve Kinney, which is the head front-end engineering at Temporal, a durable platform, a durable execution platforms that you can think of this like the Kubernetes to cover specific business use case. Actually, that's a quite interesting open source tool. But the goal of this course is to look at how can we write now performance React components. And the reason of doing that is because now when we have to deploy our components to productions, we can now have also the ability to write production grade React applications, which is fantastic, great, especially if you're going to serve that to users, whether it's on the e-commerce industry, healthcare, real estate, you name it. So with that, okay, now by looking is because in today's video we're going to look at first make a quick recap of the learn section from React Docs by describing in the most precise way these different sections, describing the UI, adding interactivity, and finally getting to the managing state as a way to now then going deep into reacting to input with shares, choosing the state structures, and sharing the state between components. All of this is to now put up practice is my technical communications and the hard skill and record the process. So when I need to explain that to colleagues or team members, product managers, product owners, non-tech people, business owners, or shareholders, users, I can do all of those, or I can explain all of those abstracts, concepts, and make it meaningful for them. That's one of the way of how you can, as a senior developer, you can empowering is now a team that allows them to build and meet their goal. And I think, which is something that comes from Naval Ravikant, when you are now, if you, especially on networking, if you want to be someone valuable in your network, be the first one. So show them something. Okay, so the specific thing that we're gonna see in this course is like how can we organize our components to make sure that our app performs as performantly as possible. Learn how to memorize components using the built-in React tools. Learn how to code learn how to just code as you need it using the lazy. Look also how React 18 handles concurrency, all these concurrency features that also comes is from React 16 called Fiber. And that's a very interesting way because now React is focusing is on how they can track all of this rendering in the most efficient way possible. So they're exploring is certain techniques or algorithm, data structures that allow them to do that in the most efficient and effective way possible. And lastly but not least is that how can now we diagnose performance issue. So I'm not going to dive deep here too much as a way to recognize that at the end of the day, when you go to a market, okay, specifically the software market, is like, hey, how is your thinking process? This is the thing that people in that market actually expect you to have that. Okay, hey, how is your thinking process? All right, analytical skills. How is your technical communication? The thing that you know, to just based on your approach, can I implement it? Okay. The engineering best practice is like all of these techniques. Do you know it straight off, or you just memorize them? The soft skills, like, hey, you have patience. Do you also, yeah, you are you patient? Are you empathetic? And also is language and computer science experience. Okay. Yeah, language and computer science experience. Yep, that's right. Yep. Language and computer science experience. Or in other words, it's like, hey, what is your domain specific knowledge? In our case, with JavaScript, particularly to build UI applications or UI interface with React. So, this is now the core structure here, the introduction, React rendering. We're going to focus on today's video on the React rendering. Then we're going to jump into the rendering, reducing rendering, context and suspense transition. But what we care about in today's video is to be able to describe this section, okay? Describing is the UI, then adding interactivity and maintaining or managing state as a way to create now this story that, of course, it'll make much more sense for you and when you have to explain that to someone else. How do we get here? So, quick recap about the intro. This course is just for people that want to know how they can use React and how React works behind the scenes, because perhaps you can write React components that are performance good, but then sometimes you finally hit a block, which is now the way you're writing your components has some performance issue, and how you can now build a tool set to diagnose this performance issue and come up with best practice that help you to write better and more performant React components and ultimately React applications. So, because at the beginning, a lot of people can start joking about how they need to rewrite these things until there is no a joke anymore. So, the value proposition of render or React performance is not doing stuff is way faster than doing something, and there is a corollary from that, which is render things later is much faster than doing right now. But again, the whole idea is that, especially in React performance, this is something you can apply also to your life. Prioritize things. So not doing things that are not priorities, it is better than doing things that are not priority. Not in other words, it's like not doing stuff is faster than doing it. And all right, then here we will look at this particularly diagnostic tools that we're gonna see much more in depth later on. Okay, but this just summarizes what are the performance techniques that also you can find them on the performance sections on the React docs, not only the version 18 but also in the 16. But first thing is like, first identify that your bundle is on production. Whatever model bundle that you are using, whether it's Webpack, whether it's Webpack, whether it is Vite Rollup, make sure that they deploy the code in production, because otherwise it's 4 times more heavier, which is the the React bundle, the dev React bundles. Then, all right, now it is time to look at how, again, first thing first, start with the problem. Start with the problem. Hey, this problem is a performance issue. If it is, all right, then is when you're going to focus that. Because it's not, it's like, there's no make sense to do this. So if this is a React performance issue, first check that your production bundle is in production. Just check that your live site is on production build, not on development, because it weighs 4 times bigger than that. Also, then now take a look at the component hierarchy and state. You can start from that. So you can now take a look at the memoization strategy as a way to prevent React re-render or recall components. Okay, these memoization techniques to save you rendering time. Okay, and by mean rendering in the React context is by save you is now time to call in this React function. Something that we're going to talk about that. Take a look now at the suspense API as a way to say, hey, I want you now to load things later on. All right. And ultimately is, if you're in a pickle, take a look at the transition API or this low priority re-rendering. Again, most of the times all of these techniques are very narrow specific to solve Facebook problems, because at the end of the day, this tool was to help Facebook to solve their problems. Most of us don't have that kind of challenge. So then we started to look at the React rendering, and for that, okay, especially the React rendering cycles, is to understand and be able to describe how now you can so now how this React rendering cycle works. And we're going to now start to describe in the most precise and quick way possible is that okay, let's going to do this. So understand now what React does, which allowing us is to render UI. So to do that, first we look at how can we describe our UI as a way to say, hey, this is the way how can we create our components. Previously we used things like create elements, document create element for that, as a way to append all of this HTML. Okay, and if we want to give functionality, we now is listen to a particular event or listen to a particular event that this component or this HTML tag exposed, and then because now we want to make our life much more easy to maintain, especially when we want to create UIs, smart people from Facebook came out with this idea and say, hey, now this is the new way of how can we actually describe is our UI, which is much more easy to wire that in. Perhaps it's not readable, but we want is to make our components be easy to wiring it. That's what we have is the JSX, and how the JSX syntax allows us to define is this kind of components or React functions. Okay, how can we now do some conditional rendering using the if, okay, as well as how can we list the elements here on React. And lastly but not least is well, how can we now is understanding is these functions and how can we use these functions, and why we need to set this function to be pure, which means that it doesn't cause any side effects. These components must not altering states or variables outside of this scope. And to understand now how React sees these components, we look at the render tree, this data structure tree that allows us to actually take a look at how these different UI elements are represented. Okay, and once you're able to understand that, you can learn how the data flow will be passed, data flow and performance. And also we have is the render, the tree dependency. So this tree dependency is now logic that we can add to our React components or UI elements, so we can give some functionality or some interactivity for that. So understanding the tree dependence or tree depths is a way of how can we say, all right, it is important to minimize the amount of codes that we're going to load, we're going to send to the user by minimizing them and by minifying, because it is expensive to send large bundle of JSX, especially as your application grows and scale. Now, then the question comes to say, okay, so how can we, so now that we know how can we describe the UI, how can we now add interactivity to this? So by connecting the event handlers, okay, to our JSX, and how now we need is to pass data, to show data to the user, for example, in a bank. Okay, hey, I want you to show is the balance account here. How by passing, by showing that, is now the way of, we need some sort of persistency or some sort of memory that can hold that state. And that is the state, the use state a component's memory. And how can we start to use these states, using the use states, and how now this can provide is ways of trigger renderings to tell React when we set that state, hey, this is now the state I want you to change. Okay, this is now the state that I want you, this is the state, here's the order, here is the state change, now I want you to render that component with this new state. So this rendering or this process is known as the trigger rendering and commit, where understanding this rendering mechanism can give you now a sense of what's going on behind the scenes. So, because if you want to trigger a rendering as a part of to update the state of your React components to show some new data to the user based on some sort of interactivity, all right. So we get now different stage to, or in this mechanism, which is the trigger, that it can be of the initial rendering when you create root, when you pass the create root, okay, and then you now render that component. So that is a trigger that indicates React, hey, we will go through a rendering phase. So this is the trigger one, or it can be on a when a component state updates or any of its ancestors. That will cause a trigger. So when React detect that, say, okay, now it's time to rendering, and this just is involved on the process of calling those React components or UI states, and if those, especially, it can be the initial rendering, or when re-renderings, or when a component's re-rendering. React will detect those component states updates, and then the return output, which is a JSX, it will evaluate if there is any React components inside of that JSX. If it is, okay, let me now call is those components, those React components, and repeat the process. So here's I'm going to call, I trigger a state change. I'm going to render this. I'm going to now run the React components that detect that change. If that component contains more React components, I'm going to call them and repeat the process until I don't find any React component. So understanding now this process of the rendering, okay, now then React say, okay, it is time for me to commit those states on the DOM. And as long as those React components are the same, React will not trigger re-rendering. Or in other words, it only trigger re-renderings when the React components are different. And that's quite interesting to understand, because now when you have these mental models, anytime you want to, for example, is setting the state, okay, as a way to now update is objects as a state or array as a state, we now know what's going on. And the way how now we set the state, you can think of this process of setting the state as this snapshot. So anytime you tell React to set a state, it will take that order for you, it will apply those changes, and then give it to you. It will apply is the rendering process, trigger, render, and commit, and then will give you a snapshot of that state. This state change will be reflected in the next state. Okay, you can call your state or you must call is your state, or you must set the state change in your event handlers. Okay, and because you can define several of these states, React version 18 actually do something called as batching, which is, hey, this state that is passing or that you are calling that several times, I'm gonna get and take only the last one. So, or for example, if you require is to now set is the previous states, you can pass this an arrow function as a way to apply all of these transformations before trigger a rendering. So once we have now idea of how is the process of how can we now update all of this state change, okay, for triggering is UI elements, or for showing, for triggering is or interactivity, or showing a new state of the UI to the users. Hey, you already sent $10 to your mom. Okay, now here's the new state. Here's the new account balance. We're now going to see is how we also look at how can we update state objects, and how can we update state arrays. And the TLDR of that is that return always is a new state for that. That's when now this functional approach that is from courses here in the front-end master here. Okay, so for example, when you say now is the JavaScript section, vanilla JavaScript projects. No, but it's like the, I think it's the foundation. This no. What the hell? It's like Java JavaScript. What? JavaScript from first step to perfect. No, I am looking is for lessons, learning path. Exactly. Functional JavaScript, like this. So now is when you started to see how important is this kind of thing. It's like this functional approach, hardcore functional programming in JavaScript. Ah, but this is Haskell. What the hell? And to me, this is quite interesting because this course is not that long, and they show you is just the way how function declaration and partial application. Okay. 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 That's quite interesting. Learn fundamental Salesforce. Oh shit. Learn to apply technique from the forefront of computer science research to solve practical problems. Of the forefront. That's what we have, for example, this kind of challenge here.
Hi, I'm Brian Lonsdorf. I work at Salesforce as an architect. I've been programming for like 20 years now, and I've gotten into functional programming. In fact, I wrote a book called The Mostly Adequate Guide to Functional Programming. So in this course, Hardcore Functional Programming in JavaScript, we get to see a lot of those examples from the book in action, with some live coding and exercises to really drive these concepts home. So we'll start off with point-free code, just basic pure functions versus impure functions, composition training. We'll move all the way into functors and monads and creating an application to finish off the course. I hope you enjoy it. So let's go ahead and...
Oh my god, you're programming this on... No, this is Visual Studio Code. Okay. Either monad or task. Wrapping up. But yeah. Function purity.
Do terms like endofunctor and category theory scare you as much as they do me? Don't worry, you're in good company.
Hi there, I'm Will Sentence, CEO and co-founder of CodeSmith, a coding school based in Los Angeles, New York, and online. I created this course on functional programming to give people a path of access to understanding this most remarkable and ever more popular paradigm for writing code at complex scale. To do so, we're going to need to understand some really powerful techniques like high-order functions, function composition, pure functions, immutability of state. All these techniques together are going to give us a window into this extraordinary functional programming world. I welcome you to the course, and I look forward to seeing you on the inside as we explore the extraordinary world of functional programming together. What do we do to it? We increment it, Jasmine, to 1. To 1. This execution context, gone.
Yeah, function composition. How old is this? Not sure. How old is this? Oh, October 1, 2019. Enclosures. Function purity. Side effects. And recursion. CPS, list operation, composition with Redux, transduction, monad, FP data structure. Monad is a data structure. Or map lacing and async, observables, reactive programming with Rx, async with Rx exercise, async, functional JS utility. Okay, so yeah, I'm recapping disclosure, functional declaration, partial application. Monad is a Function decoration and partial application. Partial applications clarification. Partial applications review. Function decoration introduction. Decorating a function. Invoking a decorator function. We'll demonstrate the effect of a function decoration of existing function multiplied by 2. But he doesn't talk about that. Okay, iteration, recursion. Staying up the loop with recursion. Recursion performing improper tail calls. High order functions. Exactly, now they have all of these things as a way to say, hey, this is the previous knowledge that you learned, then you're gonna get this and then get this. Again, the idea of looking now at these particular fundamentals here, and I think this might be something adequate depending on the role that you're going to apply, but in any case, so the idea here of describing why do we have these side effects, or why it is important to now know how can we now update our states as objects in an array, and how we need to generate a new state of this is because to React it'll make much more sense, and it'll make much more for ourselves, it'll make much more easy to maintain these applications as a way to generate a new state out of this. So anytime we want to now represent a different UI state, okay, we follow is this particularly approach, which is now is when we are in the area of writing is applications that are scalable, which mean is applications that now, as we write this for hospital or real estate or e-commerce or any industry, okay, so you're gonna see that we need to find a way to write our React components that are easy to write, easy to look at the data floats, because it can be quite confusing and it can derive into some and a lot of sources of bug. So by looking is that now how can we managing our state as we are scaling our applications, and first is say how can we now structure our state well, how to keep the state updates logic maintainable, and then how can we now pass down data to distinct components. So before that, we need to look at how can we now define is our states here as a way to now, as we are going to create this scalable application, this scalable code, how important is to look from the perspective of the UI designer as well as the computer science. In other words, is to understand now if you want to write your React components, okay, state in an imperative way, because the whole point of this is to see React provide a declarative way to manipulate the UI. Exactly. So React provide is a declarative way to manipulate the UI, unlike giving you or like you having to manipulate is different element of the UI specifically, which is there is nothing wrong with that, but when you have to scale that can become cumbersome, problematic, hard to maintain. If you're gonna take you is long hours of sleep, and you don't want that. So we need to look at how can now React allow us to write its UIs in a declarative way, even though that you can do is in an imperative way, which is something that we did especially to render is list of elements anytime. Okay. And how also by understanding is the imperative approach, which is something that we did in the past, or that we actually sometimes did when we uses a React, okay, by actually indicating specifically which one of those elements you want to get, what are the state that this actually this elements on the DOM elements must have when they follow a particular logic or a particular state, and how lengthy and verbose it can be. So because with the UI, because with the imperative approach, you're now telling is exactly how you want to do the things, and it required careful programming. So this is pretty much like you're entering in a taxi, and then you tell you tell to the taxi driver where to turn. All right, instead of actually is telling them where do you want to go, which is exactly what happened with the React that allows you to describe this in a declarative way, which means, all right, instead of actually us telling you how to do this, I want you to now, I'm going to tell you what to do. So I don't care which path you follow, I just please wants to, and I want to make sure that you actually follow is the best path for that. So that's exactly what we're starting to look. And there are some recommendations, some guidelines that actually combine is the way how the UI designers create all of these mocks, and how now the computer science think about state machines, state finite machines, where they have from one state to another and they state to another, you know. This is a way how you can declare that. So think UI in a declarative way. How so? By first, and this is actually a mental model. And this is actually a mental model. Oh, completely, man. This is actually a mental model. Oh, Nick. Nigga. This is actually a mental model. This is actually a mental model. This is actually a mental model. This is actually the mental model of when you are going to now managing your state, how you should do that based on React. Okay, it's like, hey, we learned this from the heart. We build the things, and we know who better than us to know what to tell, what you should do. You know, so they come up with this way of thinking your UI in a declarative way. Okay. Again, all of these rules can be fuzzy between them, but it's important to recognize, especially when you are now first creating your React components, and because what we care about is the React performance, there are two sides of the same coin. So First, identify is the different visual UI state, okay? And then what trigger or determine what trigger those state change, so that you can now represent is those state as memory, okay? You can represent those states in memory, and it's important here because at the end of the day, it actually reinforces the idea that the states are closures, okay? So represent the states in memory using use states, okay? And then remove any redundant logic there. So you finally now connect the event handler that set the state. And I think this is quite interesting because this particular way of doing this, again, you shouldn't take this as like a religion, right? This is just guidelines that they provide you. And all of those guidelines in the practice say, okay, this can be quite fuzzy to actually implement that. So, yeah, first is identify the different components visual state, or these state machines that can be, right? And how now reacting to input with states, actually when that state change trigger is a render. So this is exactly what we did here, right? So display many visual state and at once. So on the step one, identify the component different visual state. It's like that. It's like say, hey, okay, this is now how we can use, for example, Storybook for large companies to say, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is how now we can manage and maintain all of our different components and which components actually state we care about. And I think that's quite interesting. And also how now they can combine is the UI developers with the front-end developers. Yeah. All right. So second is that determine what trigger those state change. Either is human interaction or human inputs, or it can be, so human interaction is like typing to a board, so navigating to a link, so clicking a button, or it can be computer triggers, network response, or a timeout, an image loading, all right? And then represent those states in memory using use states, okay? Doesn't matter how you represent that. The experience we're gonna tell you, hey, now down the line, you're gonna do that much more faster. And you're gonna recognize all of this pattern behind the scenes. Remove on any non-essential state variables, and then finally now connect the event handlers to set the state updates. As a way to now perform is a render. So now trigger, so now React pass through the React and commit phase. So you trigger that state change, React renders, which is just calling the React components, okay? And then you commit that as long as those React component states are different and apply the bare minimum necessary code. You may wonder how that works. That go beyond the scope of this work, okay? Yeah, totally. That go beyond the scope of this work. But what's relevant here is to look at how you can start to reacting input with states, and how you can now think of declaring UI, or how you can now write UI or describing UI in a declarative way rather than in an imperative, and how it is important to understand this different, especially if you come from plain JavaScript and HTML, to write these React components. And now what is the mental model that they give you, okay, as a way to think this like that. So, because now we got is this example here. What it's telling us, hey, challenge 1 is add or remove CSS class. Make it so that clicking to the picture, remove the background active CSS class from the outer div. Okay? But adds the picture class to the image. And clicking the background again should restore the original CSS classes. So visually, you should expect that clicking on the picture remove the purple background and highlights the picture, and clicking outside the picture highlights the background but remove the picture border highlight. So this is now the visual state that we want to have. We want to have at least 2 visual state. Okay, so because of that, one way to do that is by creating is now an state that represents 2 of these UI elements. That's when things are starting to get interesting, you know. So for example, if they tell you, hey, I want you to represent now more states, okay, now you can use some other logic. But in this case, we want this to represent is 2 states. So by doing is, hey, I want you to initially, what the hell? So I want you to show you is an initial state, okay, and then another state, which is visually you should expect that clicking on the picture remove the purple background and highlight the picture borders. This is one state, all right, and the other state is that clicking outside of the picture highlights the background but remove the picture border highlight. So this is now allowing us to this. Here we're gonna it's because we are need is to represent these 2 states here. Identify is the different visual states. Okay, all right. Now we can think of this like what triggered those state change, and that is clicking. Okay, good. So when we define that, now it is time to the represent is the state in memory would use state. So how can we now represent those states with use a state? Because we want it to represent 2 states, we can say, hey, now cons that will come from is active, and set active, which is a function that we receive from the use state. Okay, initially is false, all right, and this actually comes from the use state from React. Okay, so now we want us to represent, okay, now that identifies the different visual states, 2, and what those state change or determine what triggered those state change, which is in our case clicking, or any other event. Okay, all right, now it is time for us to represent those states using state, and then bind that, so eliminate any redundant states, okay, and then bind that to or connect the event handlers to set the states. So in our case, it'll be now if this is a state, okay, so if this state is true, I want you to now show this particular state, which is initially, you can say if this is not true, okay, if this is false, I want you to show now this, right? And then connect the event handlers that set the state. I'm going to connect the set standard here So when we click on the image, okay, we want is to now remove the picture. Okay, clicking outside that, remove the background and highlight is the profile picture. So on click, all right, because we are using a GSX, we're saying, hey, okay, this, I don't know why you actually autocomplete with that. I want you to now set the state. So is act, I want you to set the active state here, okay, to true, right? And when that happened, okay, and when that happened, now I notify React to trigger a rendering, and we're going to evaluate this React component picture. Yeah, it will now, when you trigger this state, it will now go to, so you're sending the order to React. Hey, I want you to now change this state. So you trigger now a render. It is interesting because when this process actually happened, which one of them happened first, setting the state or rendering? That's a very valid question.
For Bonnie.
Thank you. You don't have to talk to me like that.
That's how I talk to girls.
God dang.
Are you a dancer?
Am I a dancer now?
How did your body get so beautiful? You must do tremendous amount of exercise. Do you?
I eat a lot.
don't?
I work out.
Where do you work out? In the gym?
Whenever I find time.
Excuse me, what? I am talking here, please. I am trying to pick up somebody. I'm very attracted to this young lady. Are you wearing panty?
Oh, no.
Are you wearing panty?
No.
I didn't think so.
Bless
You have
your
a
heart.
beautiful body. Beautiful, and a beautiful face.
You know what? She works so hard to read lips, and then when you talk like that, it just make it harder.
Is it difficult to read my lip?
Well, if you talk like that, it is.
No. I'm going to try and pick her up.
God.
You're gonna speak deaf to.
How are you?
Gorgeous.
Good. How are you?
And very nice to meet you.
Nice to
She's got a
meet you
beautiful
too.
smile. Look.
I'm talking to her.
Oh, okay.
May I tell you have a beautiful body?
Thank you. You don't have to talk to me like that.
That's how I talk to girls.
God dang.
Are you a dancer?
Am I a dancer? Nah.
All right. Okay. Yes. That's going to keep up. Yeah. I just want to I just ask React about that. When this rendering phase, exactly, is it rendering, and when the rendering and state update happens in React. I think this thing is actually React can update state during rendering. Okay, state and life cycle. Okay, let me read the doc here. Or chat or talk to Claude as a way to get a better insight here. You know, it's like, hey, Claude, please answer this for me. Wait, what? Well, anyway, you don't want to provide me, doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. On which rendering phase of React the state is updated? Okay. During the render phase, but the change become visible in the commit phase. So during, okay, it makes, okay, it means that on the render phase, for example, in our case, is on the render phase is when now React call for React component functions, and it evaluate that and set the state as a snapshot. Here's when they say, hey, I want you to evaluate these React components. Now set the state for me, which is take the state, update it, and give a snapshot, and give a new state snapshot. Okay, and then on the commit phase actually is when those changes are reflected to the DOM. So that makes a lot of sense here. Why is that? Because when you describe now this, for example, is active, if active, here, you are now going to describe the UI in a declarative way, meaning you identify the different states that these components will have, okay, or the different visual state that this component will have, and when to trigger that, which is you say, hey, now when this is false, I want you to show this. But when you click here, now identify, it's like that. It's like I identify as the components different visual states. I determine with what triggered those state updates. In this case, the onClick, thanks to this. Okay, represent those state change with the state, with the use states, redundant elements for that. And then now connect the connect the event handler that set the states. So what will happen here is that when this is false, so here what it's doing is this. It say, hey, because this is the first time that it's rendering this component, it say, hey, I'm evaluating this. Is active, is exactly false. If it is, okay, render this. And then commit those changes. So render is calling this function. Hey, is this function is different? Is there different renderings in? If there are different renderings, if there are different components states, okay, now I'm going to apply those changes. So when you trigger now an state change, what happens is that now React will not only detect that, but call that function that whose component states was updated by this, and then the return, which is a JSX, is going to call all of these React components, and if this outcome contains all of these React components, then it's going to call those components and repeat the process until there is no more React component. That's quite interesting and that's quite compelling. So now the next time I want you to now show is this, okay? I want you to show is this, okay? But with the subtle difference that I don't want to show is the background active, okay? And I want you to add is the picture active here, as it is. So on click on the background here, so now connect that, on click on the background, then you're gonna say, hey, set this state as false. There you got it. Unexpected token here. In which line? Is that active? Unexpected token. Oh, of course, it's this one. No, it's this. Because we need is a new curly brackets. That's what happened. Okay. And there was another problem here. Hey, where did the F? Oh, okay, that missing part. So when now this state change here, so when we click here on the image here, you say I'm going to trigger is a state update. So I'm gonna trigger is the rendering phase here. React detect that state and say, hey, this actually happened is on a component. Okay, then so let me now call that component whose states updates. Okay, and update the state, and here's a snapshot of the new state, and then apply the by running this component. By running this component is now evaluating is this. You say, hey, it's active now, it's not false, it's true. Now let me render this. And then if we detect different React component states, it will commit that and apply it to the DOM. Which is when we click here, it say this as it is. So when we click outside of this, all right, it will now call that state change. React say, okay, this was detected on this component state. Okay, so let me now call that component state. But first, I'm going to now I'm going to set the state first. I'm going to update that state. I'm going to give you a snapshot. Okay, when I create a snapshot, and then is when I'm going to call these React components to see if that actually match the current state. I'm going to call this to see if that actually match the current state snapshot. And if it is, it's like, all right, cool. Now let's go to commit that. So because now this produces a different render in this component, all right, then let me actually commit those changes, and then commit those changes. And I think that's quite very interesting as a way to say, hey, this will allow us to describe the UI in a declarative way. I think that's quite interesting. And by following this particular approach, not only will you have to write your components, but when it comes to actually detect some performance issues. Oh, I think that's quite beautiful. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Never outshine the master. Nunca opaque al jefe. Never outshine the master. Very, very. Oh, yeah. May offending cause ahí, no. Ah, my friend. This is this. hello. Hello again. Here we are. Okay. So now that we now finally understand this particular model when it comes to reacting input with states, okay, as a way to look at how can we now describe our UI, the React weight, in a declarative way, which is represent the different visual states. First, identify the different visual states, then determine what trigger those states change, so you can now represent those states you can represent those states in memory using the use states, eliminate redundant use states, because this is what caused the main source of bugs. And lastly, connect the event handler that sets the state. That's actually pretty much here. Let's get into this. So once we are able now to have a more practical approach of how can we do this, all right? And also look at the solution here. So you can have this kind of solution as a way to say, hey, is this one, all right? Or an alternative that you can return two separate chunks of JSX. It's interesting because for this particular case, all right, both of them contains is quite the same logic here. Contains the same line of code. Keep in mind that if two different JSX chunks describe the same tree, their nested first div, first image has to line up. Otherwise, toggling is active will recreate the whole tree and reset its state. Their nested keep in mind that two different JSX chunks describe the same tree, their nesting first div and first image has to line up. So you must contain is that. Otherwise, toggling is active will recreate the whole tree below and reset its state. This is why if a JSX tree gets returned in both cases, it's better to write them as a single piece of JSX. This is why if a similar JSX tree gets returned in both cases, it is better to write them as a single piece of JSX. Okay, this is why if a similar JSX tree gets returned in both cases, it is better to write them as a single piece of JSX. Or doing that. Or you can concatenate that. There's another approach for this. Okay. Now we will look at the choosing the state structure as a way to see how can we organize our states. Okay. So structuring state well can make a difference between a component that is pleasant to modify and debug and one that is constant source of bugs. Here are some tips that you should consider when structuring states. Principle of structuring state: group related state, avoid contradiction in a state. When the state is structured in a way that several pieces of a state may contradict and disagree with each other, you leave room for mistake. Try to avoid this. Avoid redundant state. Exactly. Avoid contradiction in a state, redundant, duplication, and deeply net state. Right? So this is now some principle for structuring your state. Here we're talking now about this, the managing state. Okay? So first we look at how can we now write or React components. Following is this declarative way of doing things. Okay? And by looking is at how you can use, for example, is to identify the different visual states and determine what trigger those states updates, and use and represents the states as represent the states in memory using use state, eliminate redundant states for that, and then connect those, and then connect the event handler that set the states. All right, so this is the mental model here as a way to now managing your own state. You're describing your UI to managing states as your application grows and grows. And here we're looking is now how can we define or choosing the proper state structure, which is group them by the group related states, avoid contradictions, incongruencies or contradictions, avoid redundant states, duplications, and avoid deeply nested states. Deeply hierarchy state is not very convenient to update. When possible, prefer to structure the state in a flat way. So the goal behind this principle is to make state easy to update without introducing mistakes. Removing redundant and duplicate data from state help ensure that it is piece state in sync. This is similar to how a database engineer might want to normalize the database structure to reduce the chance of bugs. To paraphrase things, to make your state as simple as it can be, but not simpler. Description of the database normalization. They put here Microsoft. Normalization terminology for beginning. It's a process of organizing data in a database. Normalization. Okay. It includes create tables and establishing relationship between those tables according to rules assigned both to protect the data and to make the database more flexible by eliminating redundancy and inconsistency dependency. Exactly. So normalize the database is the process of organizing data in a database. Hey, remove is the redundancy or inconsistency. Redundant waste disk space and create maintenance problems. Yep. What is an inconsistent dependency? While it is intuitive for user to look at the customer table to address a particular customer, it makes no sense to look there for the salary or the employee who calls on the customer. The employee salary is related to the values again. First formal form, second normal form, third normal form, and other normalization form. Normalizing an example table. No repeated groups. I remember somewhat of this normalization. Second normal form, eliminate redundant data. And then third formal norm, eliminate data not depend on key. As a way to organize data and to avoid redundancy, unused space and memory being inefficient. It's like you having a room, okay, where you can. It's like in your bedroom, when you get in, you look like, it's like it's like having your bedroom to look like prep's bedroom, right? To look like a prep bedroom. Preppers. Preppers. Oh no, but this is like. Oh my god. Preppers Argentina. What? I mean, I think this is quite important, man. Oh my god, yeah. Preppers Argentina. What in the F is this, bro? What the F is this? Oh, nigga. Oh, nigga. Exactly. What the French sauce? What in the F? What the oh my god, oh my god, What? Oh, nigga.
Quiero darle las gracias también por las donaciones que han realizado. También veremos el colapso económico. Voy a aclarar, lo sabemos todos y sabemos que...
Oh my god.
Un prepper es aquella persona normal, común, sin importancia.
Of course, they create a channel of this.
Leandro y en nuestro canal de preparacionismo, donde para comenzar a preparar, encontrar la muerte. Dicho esto, que disfruten del vídeo. Productos electrónicos. Estaban hurgando, pero creo que dador con binoculares, una radio y una pistola. Te roben o que te maten mientras buscas suministros. La radio es para que tu explorador pueda mantenerse en contacto. Haz que las escaleras que estás pensas antes de buscar un área. Tendrás que decidir a quién enviar.
Oh my god, anyway. Oh my god, anyway.
$8.6 billion worth of crypto was laundered in 2021. So how do they clean their dirty crypto and get away with it? Understanding this will show you how rules in finance can be bent and even broken. In order to explain this, we need to go back to the 19th home in the US, paid off in about 4 days. But he had a problem, a cash problem. Escobar had This is where cryptos may be able to help. We're going to talk about real-life cases and busts, but first, there are two major differences when it comes to cryptos. One, cryptos are actually more traceable than fiat money. Sure, it's true that the decentralized... In 2016, they hacked Bitfinex, one of the largest crypto... It's a third-party service that takes cryptos from any portion of these cryptos into dollars. For instance, repeat doing that hundreds or even...
Okay, what the hell is... Okay. Yeah, they're gonna live for that.
Here's me. And here's 10 exact replicas of me. They've got a special mission. Apply in person to be CEO of the world's richest...
And this is another Max?
15 days to get this done. So I need a killer resume. One that shows all my strengths. Truist Bank, valued at $37 billion.
Hi, we're here for the position. CEO. The sign outside, spelt wrong. Is it twist? Is it trust? Definitely do big things. No, I don't do YouTube. I grind. The funder credentials are in order right here.
I grind.
It's all there.
We might have a problem. They're laughing at us. Do they not think we're serious?
After you, Max. Thank you, Max. Anytime, Max.
I have to keep going to find out. T-Mobile, valued at $160 billion.
We're here to apply for the position of CEO.
Billion-dollar company, Capital One. About to meet a bunch of CEOs with fresh ideas.
I feel like $1 million. I'd like to order one CEO, please. See, first of all, it's confusing to know where to go.
That's got to change.
We have a resume right here.
Here's our resume, sir.
Okay. No.
Maybe he didn't like us, but it's only a matter of time. So we're going to spread out. That way we can...
You guys can't bring me to start a problem. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're not trying to disturb anyone.
No, I know you guys aren't doing anything wrong. Unfortunately, it's just, management doesn't allow it.
But if I was going to catch that big fish, I needed to keep moving. Chuck E. Cheese, revenue? No one actually knows the revenue. But it's a good opportunity to become CEO. And an even better opportunity, job.
Max.
But we still have work to do. McDonald's, valued at 190.
With some of your employees, with some 20s.
Outside's good.
Okay, that's not great.
I'm loving it.
Guess they didn't want it fixed. Time to up the stakes. Apple. There's a big problem. The cops were called. They thought we were trying to rob the place, which means it's impossible to park my truck out front.
My name is Sergeant Lester, Miami Beach Police Department.
How's it going? Nice to meet you.
The only thing I'm trying to steal is CEO. I have to figure something out. While I do that, the guys are getting familiar with the products.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. That's really cool.
Walmart, valued at $440 billion. To get the job, I need to follow a simple plan.
Your vest is beautiful.
Make your employees love to work with you.
You're doing a great job.
Make your customers love to shop with you.
Sir, whatever you need, I will die for you.
And don't forget, make the world see your mission. Things are going almost too well. Then we lost another clone.
Max? I saw him go somewhere that way.
Max.
While they search for him, I'm giving back to the community.
I'm the next CEO of Walmart, and I'm just paying for people's groceries. That's for you. Oh man, thank you, man. Enjoy. Thank you, Yeah, no problem.
But did we fail this one? I don't think so.
I'm the new CEO.
Max, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Are we talking to the real Max right now, or is this just like a clone of the Max?
I thought about sending a cologne, but the real Max.
The real Max. All right, let me know which companies you're applying for and why you chose them.
Yeah, so I like to say only the ones that need me the most. Walmart, Starbucks, Chuck E. Cheese, the big brands. We're aiming at 100 big brands across America.
Have you faced any backlash?
Yeah, there's
had any negative effects?
There's been some negative effects. The police were called on us four or five times.
For what?
We weren't doing anything illegal, I promise.
I was going to say, I don't think that's CEO material,
yeah,
man.
I mean, you show up at a place with
12 lookalikes, you know, there's some suspicions that get raised.
What makes you think that you can be a CEO, or for anyone that's out there watching, how will they know if they have that CEO in them?
What makes you think I can? Like, what makes you think you can? Like, you're obviously really good at your job. Why aren't you running this place?
Obviously.
Exactly. Have you ever played darts?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you're playing darts. You're lined up, you're darts. Why not do that with life? Why not aim for the best position possible, even if you might not hit it? What if you do hit it?
What if you do, and it can be totally worth it if you do?
After 14 brutal days, I hit the bullseye. I actually landed an interview. ClickUp, one of the most prestigious software companies in the world. 900 employees, valued at more than $4 billion. They had a Super Bowl ad. ClickUp. They saw my campaign and asked to talk. No promises on the top spot, but I got my foot in the door. This man's the only thing in my way. Billion-dollar CEO and man of the people, Zeb Evans. Now it's just me and him. Listen, Zeb, you're obviously doing a good job, but it's time to retire. Bring in some fresh blood.
Really?
Really, you run a productivity company. Tell me something that's more productive than sitting back and letting someone else do all the work for you.
That's not gonna happen, but there is a reason I brought you here.
Okay.
I appreciate your confidence. I'm just not ready to retire. The billboard you did was sick though. We do a lot of billboards. I love billboards. So I am prepared to make you an offer. Honorary CEO.
Seriously?
Just one condition.
Name it.
You gotta ditch the suit.
As the new CEO of ClickUp.
Honorary CEO.
As the honorary CEO of ClickUp, it's my life's mission to make the world a more productive place. The only thing left was to make sure we can trust each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Enough messing around. It's time to get to work.
What? Social experiment. Exactly. Let the people comment. What did I watch? Anyway. Normalization, the database, and that kind of thing is like. Okay, man. Jesus. I think North America is passing through a phase in which they have inherited a lot of things from hardworking people, and now they don't know how to maintain, how to keep, how to do that in a way that can connect with people, in a way that actually gave them meaning, more than the money. But in any case, yeah, I wish them the best, early. Okay, here we are, managing a state, right? Managing a state, make it simple as possible, all right? If your state variable is an object, remember that you can update only one field in it without explicitly copying the other fields. For example, you can do set position like this. You will need to create is a new object from there. So for example, like this. Like, hey, good. On pointer move. That's quite interesting. So on pointer move, I want you to now Holy hell! It's now calling a lot of re-rendering every time I move. I detect this change. Holy moly! And actually, it's pretty fast, bro. It's very, very fast, bro. It's very, very fast, man. Holy moly. It's very, very fast. Avoid contradiction in states. It's like it prevent default. Set is sending set message out by actually summarize that into a loading. For example, like this, choosing the state structure here. So avoiding contradiction in states. So here's the hotel feedback form with sending is send state variables. While this code works, it leaves the door open for impossible state. It's like, hey, you send in, but it leaves the word doors open for impossible state. For example, if you forgot to call set is sent and set is sending together, you may end up in a situation where both is sending and is sends are true at the same time. So the more complex your component is, the harder it is to understand what's happened. Since is sending and is sent should never be true at the same time, it is a better to replace them with one status. Simplify that. Avoid any redundance or contradiction that make you one of the three valid states: typing, sending, and send. So for example, exactly by comprise that, okay, and this is when now, for example, when you're organizing your state or choosing the state structure by saying is, okay, group them by group related states, okay? So group related states, avoid any contradiction in there, especially when we talk about contradiction is on the logic that it needs to show. So keep it simple. Avoid contradictions. And then define several possible states that can be here. For example, so you say text set status using is typing initially, and then you say is sending and is sent is equal to the status is equal to sending, and equal to is sent is equal to status that is sent. So if that is sent, you're gonna say, hey, thanks for the feedback. Otherwise, you're gonna show is the form here. Is sending and sending. Exactly. If this is sending, I want you to now show this is sending. Thanks for the feedback. You can still declare some constants for readability here, but they are not state variable, so you don't need to worry about them getting out of sync with each other. Avoid redundant states. So for example, like this is like, instead of doing this, all right, this redundant state, okay, instead of doing this redundant state, now is reuse them. So for example, like this, avoid redundant states, and here's when you say, hey, handle first name change, handle last name, handle last name. First, you need to identify what you want. You need to start from there. You think it will be issue. Exactly. So instead of doing is this, okay. You can use combine them. Say last name, exactly. You can use combining, avoid redundant states. You can say, hey, let's go into now is combine this. By saying is, this is the first name, okay. You can say something like this. So first name followed by the last name. Last name. Followed by the last name. Here. And this is what I want you to evaluate this. There is no more things like this. Eliminate or avoid redundant states like this. Okay. Oh, because we are in GSX. This is the way how you can do this. So you can now see is that. Oh, okay. You're going to define is now the state that you're going to connect the event handler that detect those state change. So here it can be. And then you say, hey, let's go to now handle is full name. Handle, here we're going to create a function so we to connect the, so handle full name like this, which is a function. Alright, handle full name here, and then say is this. Return okay, your setting is the set first name, okay, with the first name value, but here we're going to get that value here, the event dot target dot value. Okay. No, in fact, you're gonna set that is with the value that we get this, the first name and the previous state. Hey, give me now is the previous state of the first name, and then return this state name. And the same for the other. Here, Another thing that you can do is, instead of doing this, is like, okay, let me now set the first name and the last name. Okay. And return something here. You can say, hey, let me return is a function here that is the handle full name. But at the end of the day, we need is those. Yeah, because at the end of the day, we need is that those values actually come from there. Okay, we want is to now is set the full name. So for that, instead of doing that, we say, hey, because states can be a source of, it can be the primary source of bugs, we are going to eliminate redundancies or contradictions in our state by saying this. Hey, cons, okay? And remember, the whole goal of doing this is to see is to have a first-hand experience about how you can now is follow is these principles to state your structure. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Da, da, da. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep, let's do it. So here what we define is our full one with, okay. Here instead of defining is this, okay. I want you to now, anytime I run this, anytime that React rendering this, I want you to update with the proper value that you get. But I don't need to actually keep track of that. I don't want you to define as a new state from that. I just want you, anytime that React evaluate this, okay, this is now the new value of this. So that's quite interesting, because you can say here, cons as full name, and say, hey, this will be the concatenation using the template string of setting the first name, okay, value that you get initially, followed by the last name here. Okay, so far so good. And what happened is that anytime those states change, now React will detect those states. Okay, again, remember this is the way of how React do these things. So because anytime when that React components trigger a re-rendering, meaning you update the states, what happens is it will gonna call the components that cause that state change, in this case the form, okay, it's going to evaluate this instructions, and when he finally look at this, he say, okay, initially the first name, okay, is empty, as well as this as the last name. Then the full name is empty. He's going to evaluate also this function as a way to hoist that function, and then going to return is this GSX, okay, this DOM, this GSX, okay. So when you detect a change, okay, whether it is from the handle first name or handle last name, which is something that you define as a way to write declarative UI elements, okay, which is great. Yeah. As a way to describe declarative UI rendering, first you must know is
you must identify is the different visual state. Then, what triggered those states changed. So you can represent those states in memory using use states, eliminate redundant and non-essential states, because that's the source, that's the main source of bugs, okay? Which is the reason why we're looking at here the managing a state, or to choosing the structure of your states, grouping in the related, group them in related fields, or group state group related states, eliminate contradictions, which means that if those states actually needs to be at the same time, find a way to abstract them, or find a way to make it clean. Eliminate contradictions, especially in your logic. Eliminate contradictions. Avoid redundant states as well, which is something that we're doing here. So when these components trigger a renderers, thanks to the set first name here, okay, we in fact we're not gonna no longer any use of this. Okay, so when you trigger that renders, now it will so React will take that, update the state, and give it to you a new snapshot. Okay, so on the commit phase is going to now apply those changes here. So now when you're going to show this as full name, that's right, you are now going to trigger an event, a user input event, okay, similar to this. And that's exactly what happened. Anytime now you are giving an order to React to render by setting its states, you're going to evaluate that function. You're going to evaluate the React function. Oh my God. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So you don't have to actually worry about how to update your state here. Okay? And in fact, anytime these components render here, it's going to evaluate that. For example, for some composition here, if you can calculate some information from component props of its existing variables during rendering, you should not put that information into the component state. If you calculate some information from the component's props or existing state during rendering, okay, you should not put that information in the component state. So in other words, interesting, you should not put that information in the component state. If you can calculate some information from the component, okay, if you can calculate some components props or its existing states during rendering, For example, take this form, it works, but it can't find any redundant state. So if you can calculate some information from the component props or its existing variable during rendering, you should not put that information into the component state. If you can calculate some information from the component props, or its state during rendering, you should not put that information in the component state. This form has 3 states: first name, last name, and full name. However, full name is redundant. You can always calculate full name from the first and last name during rendering. So remove it from the state and
Here, full name is not state variable. Instead, it is calculated during rendering. Aha. You know, it's calculated during rendering. As a result, the change handler don't need to do anything special to update it. When you call set first name or set last name, you trigger a re-rendering, and the next full name will be calculated for fresh data. Don't mirror props in state. The problem is that if the parent component passes a different value to the message color, later, for example red instead of blue, the color state variable will not be updated. The state is only initialized during the first render. This is why mirroring some props in state variable can lead to confusion. Instead, use message color props directly in your code. If you want to give a short name, use a constant here. Exactly, if you want to map that, if you want to mirror props. Mirror props in states only makes sense when you want to ignore all updates for specific props. By convention, start that. Avoid duplication in the state. And here is this. This menu list lets you choose a single travel snack out of several. Okay. Use state initial items, and then you got select item here. What's your snack? Your rendering is this. And then you got this, you set the select item, which is that. Select item dot title. Okay. Avoid duplications. Currently it's So what happened here is that you are now defining as states. Okay, the items and the select items. Where now you initially, your pickle is Praxel. Okay. Currently, it stores the select items on the object in the select item state variable. However, this is not great. The content of the selected item is the same object as one of the items inside of the item list. This means that the information about the item itself is duplicated in two places. So you got now is the initial items, okay, as well as this. So you got duplicated data of this. Why this is a problem? Let's make each item editable. Okay. If you make each item editable, here you're not going to trigger is a particular event. So on chains handle items here. So you're not causing is because you have dependency here. You have dependency here. So it's not going to call. You're not only mutating is the state here, avoid duplication in a state. You're not only going to update the state changes here, but also here, causing a double re-rendering. Notice how if you first click choose on the items and then edit, the input update, but the label at the bottom does not reflect the edits. Okay, it actually did that. But when it comes to set the items, you're creating a new map here. Handle item change. So what's your travel snack? But when you edit on click, okay, you are not actually going to edit the proper reference here. Exactly. even though that you get this. Okay, handle item changed. And then here you are saying is this. Handle item change, set items. And the set item is being called here, set select items, on click, choose. It's like, hey, now make this one. So choose this and choose that. Alright. So far so good, right? But when it comes to now edit that field, the input on change, you're gonna call this the handle item change. Doing so, okay, it can give you the item ID with the event, but doing so, the ID you receive here which is selected item. Oh, you are not updating is the proper state here. That's what happened. You are not updating is the proper state, so that's what happened. You are not updating is the proper state. Even though that this actually worked, you're not updating is the proper state here. And if you're not updating the proper state, it's like, what are you doing? So if I say this, okay, which is the selected item, all right, here it receives the ID, and the value is then when that happened, but not in real time, which is here. So you are not modifying is the proper element. Not only that, it's like you are not modifying is this derived state. Select item title. Interesting. Select item title. You are not mutating is God damn. You are not updating is that particular state. Oh my God. Completely. You think you do, behind the scenes it's not doing it. The input updates, but the label at the bottom does not reflect the edits. This is because you have a duplicate states and you forgot to update the select item here. You have this derived state that you think that is going to update that, but it's only updating is the items, not the select items here, because you're not setting is the select items here. So although you could use, also you could update the select item to an easy fix to remove duplication. In this example, instead of selecting item object, which create a duplication with object inside of item, you hold the select ID in the state. You hold the select ID in the state and then get the select item by searching the items array for an item with the ID. So you hold the selected ID in the state. Exactly. You hold the selected ID in the states and then get the select item by searching the items array for an item with that ID. And then get the select items by searching the items array for an ID, for an item with that ID. So but exactly, it's because you're going to create that select exactly, it's because you're going to abstract this. And this is when you're going to show this. selected item, item.find, that's it the same. But it's because of the selected ID. Selected ID, and then you say, hey, selected the ID, instead of actually binding here to have this reference, that's going to ourselves update that, okay? And during render time, I'm going to define itself select item here, okay? Where I'm going now to find that items dot find item, okay? I'm going to find that item in which the item.id is the same as the selected ID, right? And with that, now what I'm gonna do is to set the selected ID when the user click here, okay? But I'm gonna call is the handle ID and set selected item here is this one. Set selected item and provide me the item here, okay? Or in this case is the selected ID. Now provide me is the item.id, right? And then on the selected item, now I can actually is show, oh my god, selected. I can now show is this as it is. So it's items in plural, and there you go. So when now I click here, okay, you're going to detect that state changed. Here it's going to call the handle item change, like so. Here it's going to trigger. It's going to trigger now a state update. All right. It's going to trigger a state update by creating is a new, by sending or by updating with a new state. And then you say, all right, this is the selected, and then it's going to now render this component, call this component. So by calling this component, that this item new state is this is new snapshot of a test is this, count select ID like so, and then because now item has this new state, it's going to evaluate these items, select the item here, and then update that, or then on the commit phase apply the necessary change to that, which is if the React components are different, then I'm going to apply the necessary commit state change. Oh my god, selected items. Selected items. So for example, now it's going to do this at render time. So you are now, okay, of course it's doing this. So it's doing this is because now we are doing is at the render time. Rendering time. By avoiding duplicating in state. Oh, again, this is a particular way of doing this. This is the React way of doing this. The state used to be duplicated like this, but after it changed, it is like this. So instead of having a reference to the states, you want us to use that states and perform some transformations at runtime. The state used to be duplicated like this, but after the change, it is like this. Duplication is gone, and you only keep the essential state. Now if you edit the select item, the message below will update immediately. This is because set item triggers a
re-render. Exactly. In this case, they put is this select ID. So for example, when you exactly handle item change. So I handle item change is because it's actually when you call that, you trigger a rendering, meaning you trigger that React call that component, evaluate that component. So when React evaluate that component, now it finds that the item has this new state, and then perform the computations with the select items, and then you're gonna give it to that. The rest could be calculated. You didn't need to hold the select item in state because only the select item ID is essential. The rest could be calculated during rendering. Remember that after all, this is the React way of doing things. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I learned a lot by doing. Yep. Avoiding deeply nested state because they're hard to maintain. Wait, what? Now let's say you want to add a button to a place you already visited. How would you go about it? Updating nested state involves making copies of objects all the way up from the part that changed. Deleting a deeply nested place will invoke copying its entire parent place change. Such code can be verbose, very verbose. If the state is too nested to update easily, consider making it flat. Here's one of the way we can restructure this data instead of a tree-like structure. Exactly, consider this flat. So instead of having all of this, you have child places. So the root, child places. Earth, Africa, and that kind of thing. So consider is a flat data structure. Initial travel, child's ID. And then child's ID 1, 42, and 46. And this is what you're gonna show them. Okay. So by having one flat structure here, now you're going to actually is then call them. Okay, then close them. Place a child's ID. Place a child's ID. You say, hey, avoid deeply nested object. Place tree ID and place by ID. And then your mapping is this with the ID that you're receiving. As long as you receive the ID, it's like, okay. But again, this is the ideal scenario. This is the ideal scenario.
This is the ideal scenario. Place by ID. The receiving is place by ID. Place the title child's ID. Okay. As a way to get those data here. Places. Initial travel plans. Place by ID that come here. Okay, so you are creating is now, so you're mirroring is this. No, not mirroring, it's like getting the ID here. So getting is the data here, the place, as well as the child's ID. If that exists, all right. Then I want you to do this. Child's ID map, and you're gonna call this a place 3 for that, as a way to call himself. Interesting. As a way to call himself, to show all of these data structures. And then the travel plan you got is this. Plan, set plan, initial travel plan. You got the route and the planet ID, route.IDs. Now that the state is flat, also known as normalize, updating nesting item become easier. In order to remove a place, and then updating items becomes much more easier. Lovely, Peru. That's very, very interesting. Holy moly. Improve memory use. Ideally, you will also remove the deleted items and their children from the table objects to improve memory use. This version does that. It also uses Immer to make the update logic much more concise. Especially if you, for being memory efficient. That's one of the reasons why they use is Immer for that. Sometimes you can also reduce state nesting by reducing or avoiding deeply nested. Is like normalizing. It's like organizing the data to avoid redundancy, or inconsistency. Sometimes you can also reduce state nesting by moving some of the nested states into the child components. This works well for ephemeral UI state that don't need to be stored, like whether an item is hover. If two state variables always update together, consider merging them into one. Choose your state variables carefully to avoid creating impossible state. Structure your state in a way that reduces the chance that you will make a mistake updating it, and avoiding redundant and duplicate state that you don't need to keep in sync. Don't put props into state unless you specifically want to prevent updates. If you want to prevent update, don't put states. Interesting. If you want to prevent updates, don't put don't put props into state. Interesting. For UI patterns like selections, keep ID or index in the state instead of the object itself. For UI pattern like selections, keep ID or index in the state instead of object itself. Keep ID or index in state instead of object itself. For UI patterns like selections. If updating, okay, keep the ID instead of the object. If updating deeply nested state is complicated, try flatten. Let's gonna take a look. Just gonna take a break here. Okay. Holy moly.
Oh shit, man. It's power, man. Is it cute? Is it cute melon in this building? Yes, it is. And sassy is not something.
adelante. Los retos.
chest, your arms, your abdomen, your waist, your legs, and down to your feet. Imagine yourself looking down at your own body, illuminated inside of this spotlight. And in your mind's eye, deliberately dim that spotlight. Make the illumination less intense. Inhale deeply again through your nose or through your mouth. And exhale completely through thinly pursed lips. And as you do so, imagine your entire body sinking into the surface that it's in contact with. Now, while continuing to breathe normally, move your toes ever so slightly. You'll notice that you are in control of your nervous system. You direct your perceptions and your actions. Move your ankles and your knees just the slightest bit. Move your upper body from side to side, your head from side to side, or even nod just a slight. Move your head from side to side, or nod ever so slightly. And move your hands, lift your arms a tiny bit, and set them down again. And now slowly open your eyes, and as you do so, you'll notice that normally your nervous system is bombarded with sensory information, mostly visual information, which you have eliminated during this non-sleep deep rest protocol. You are able to control your perception by focusing on your sensations, and you can control which sensation you perceive by directing that attentional spotlight to whatever part or parts or entirety of your body that you like. This is the remarkable power of your brain. It can direct your actions and your perceptions, and it can do so in order to bring your actions and perceptions to heightened states of alertness, or, as you've done now during this non-sleep deep rest protocol, to bring your brain and body into a state of deep relaxation.
All right. Here we go. All right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. So let's go to try out some challenges, especially when you are going to managing your state. Okay. So now that you know how to follow is a declarative way of defining UIs, to follow the UI declarative. Now that you know how to, now that you know the reason of why we use is the UI declarative, okay, and how can you then implement that when you're going to write your components? This is a process you're going to do over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Now we're going to see is how you can organize your states to prevent some common gotchas in bugs, okay, which is group them, group related states, avoid any confusing state. For example, when you're going to compare that, avoid any confusing states, eliminate redundant states or duplications, and avoid nested state for that. Here we're going to put data practice. Okay, fix a component that's not updated. These clock components receive two props, color and time. Okay, color and time. When you select a different color in the select box, which is, okay, when you select exactly, when you select a different color in the select box, the clock component receives a different color props, which means that this pattern component or this component is actually triggering a rendering, which means that it's updating the state, which is, by updating the state, it's going to call now all of these React components at the render phase until there is no more React components, and it's going to run. And what you mean call is mean it's going to run all of these components. So call means is that it's going to run this. And that's one of the reasons why you should be careful when you are going to render those components. Okay? Because rendering and calling them is something that can be quite expensive. Okay? So, in any case, so when you select a different color in the select box, the clock component receives a different color props from this pattern component. However, for some reason, the display color doesn't update. Why? Fix the problem. Because here, what happened is that when you pass this, it's like, it is what it is. It's actually telling you when you're receiving props, when you now mirroring props to states, you are not triggering is a rendering. That's what happened here. So anytime you see this and that somebody actually bind this, it's not going to trigger a rendering because it now belongs to this particular state. So one way to solve that is by saying, instead of defining is this state, okay, eliminate unnecessary components here, which is, well, you just only uses this. Color will be props.color. So you don't need to actually define this. And now, when this dropdown emit this event, it will cause now a cascade effect, or it will now pass through the rendering mechanism, which is, hey, now these React components, what it's going to do is to render or call these React components, okay? And if that component contains, or any is the, it's going to call is the component state that trigger that update. And if the return of that component contains, which is a JSX, contains more React components, then you're going to repeat the process, which is going to call those functions and see if they actually, now their JSX, their output, when calling those functions, contain is a React component, and you're going to do that over and over and over. So the thing here is that when React trigger any state change, it will pass through the render phase, which is, hey, is this was triggered at the initial render, or is this was caused by a re-rendering? It means that a component state updates. If it is, all right, what is the output of this component? What is the output of this component, which is a JSX? This JSX contains React components. If it is, now let me call those React components, which is execute that React components and check if the output, the JSX contain is more React component. If it's not, great. So that's exactly what it's doing. When we now emit this event here, or because somebody actually attached that event to this, it say, hey, now let me send this. So let me send this order to trigger the rendering phase, okay? And now all subsequent components will be called
And if there is a difference in rendering, React will gonna apply the necessary done updates to that. So now what happened is that it say, hey, do not attach your props to an state unless you want to avoid rendering, right? Sometimes this might be the desired effect, okay? Who knows? But here is now actually applying that. When you say the solution, the issue is that if the component has color state initialized. Okay, but when the color prop changes, this does not affect the state variable. So they get out of sync. But when the color prop change, which is what you have now previously, this does not affect the state variable. Let me see exactly. This does not affect is the state variable. This does not affect is the state variable. When that prop color changes, this does not affect is the state value, the color here. Exactly, because as a way to trigger that is by actually is emitting the event. You need to directly say, hey, this actually, you need to actually here is to emit that event. So the thing here is that do not, or using is the structure syntax, which is much better. Here, like time and color, right? So you can get rid of this as well as this. And now you're receiving is that as property here. So using the destruction syntax as function. Next one, fix broken packaging list. Okay, this packaging list has a footer that shows how many items are packed and how many items there are overall. Yeah, this packaging list has a footer that shows how many items are packed. Yeah, how many items are packed and how many items there are overall. It seems to work at first, but it's buggy. For example, if you mark an item and pack as pack and then delete, okay, and then delete, the counter will not be updated correctly. Fix the counter so that it's always corrected. So the counter is not properly corrected. It means that it's not updating this particular state. So it's going to reset this. So what's going on here? Okay, we got here is items. It's like initial items. So far so good. This is actually a flat structure, which is great. We got now total set here, which is set to 3 for some random number, and then the pack here, set that pack as 1. Okay, so the idea here is that you are eliminate confusing. You're gonna choose this here, and then function handle that item, set total, set the items here, okay, as a way to say that you are actually setting 2 state here. You're actually setting 2 state here, and here you are actually updating is the current state for that. Handle add item. So we have this new item. It's actually updating that it seems as it is. Okay, so handle add item. So we set the total to 1. Okay. It's okay. Any new time is actually getting that. And then the set items. Okay, we're gonna append that element at the end. So far so good. And then we have is the handle change item, like this. That where now
this handle change item and handle delete item, okay, handle change item, change, and handle delete item you got is this. Add item on add item, handle item, packaging list, okay, add item works as expected, and then you got packaging list. So packaging list is a list, it's an element here, which actually say, hey, on change items, so on change, I'm going to now is set the package here. So on change, next item to package, handle change item, and handle delete item. Exactly, and it's generating a new state for that, as well as this. So handle change item. Okay. So the point here is that it's actually showing is this pack out of total. So pack here, okay, is now an additional state that when you are adding that and you remove those elements, it's actually quite confusing here because it's not updating that proper state, right? So what we can do here is like, well, instead of actually set package, any UI logic, which is something that here. So any UI select logic, okay, keep ID or index in state instead of the object itself. So in any case, it's like keep the state here, say set packet and set packet like this. You can say, hey, is selected like so. You say package and set package, because the problem here is this is not updating that properly. So on delete here it says set total -1, but it's actually one of the ways to fix this is to say, hey, let's go to work with the previous states to diminish that. You can say total like this, and this actually will work like this. It's like batching here. Say, hey, you got it here, a new item, a new item, there you got it. So let me do this. Oh, but it's not updating that. Okay. Set total -1. So it's not keeping track of that state. I mean, it's updating them properly, but not deleting them. Encounter children with the same key. Its next item is equal to package. Okay, any select logic, okay. For UI patterns like selection, keep ID or index in the state instead of an object itself. Keep ID or index in state. Keep ID or index in state. In states. Package. Keep ID and index instead. total set total, package set package. You can here say it's like okay. It's like say instead of doing this, you say alright. That's going to actually now anytime you get a new element, you gotta know the total. You say total, okay, and you're gonna get is the items dot length. Okay, so total will be that. So you are now eliminate one source of, you are now eliminate one contradiction here. So you don't need to actually do this, set package, okay, and set total, alright, which is great. So now it's going to update that properly. Anytime it render that, you're gonna update that or delete that. So far so good. And okay, when it comes to actually select if this is the package or not, use a number to keep track that. Set package here, okay, which is not handle change item. Changing hand items. You're actually sending that trigger. So you are triggering is that. If the next item is equal to pack, set the package plus 1. Otherwise, set the package plus minus 1. Set the items of map here and create this new map as a way to update that with the select one. So instead of doing that, use the ID for that. Use the ID for that. Because now let's go to do this detective thing. So here we're defining is this two state, right? This item will, anytime we want this to add a new element here, it's gonna re-render that, okay? So far so good. Or when we change that, or when we delete any elements. So far so good. So we have one state, only that. And also, we want this to now show is the pack here. So one of the things that they mention is that do not use state, okay? So state, do not use states. So you should not put that information into component state. Avoid redundant state or existing state variable during rendering. You should not put that information in the component state. And because we want is to now is show this particular state, okay? Let me actually do this. Okay, we want to, because we wanted to put this here. Hey, is this active? Is this inactive? Okay, we would like to prefer to put that like so. It's a hey set plus 1 package, and here you say hey, this is the item that ID is equal to the next item that ID. Return the next item as a way to set this. So instead of adding this contradiction logic or redundant or duplicated logic here, okay, you can say is let's now go in. When you change that, or when this change, which is, that's right, so when this change, you know, when this change, I want to know how many of them are actually true, which is, hey, let's going to remove this particular state here and say how many of them are removed. How many of them do we have then? Which is using is the package, right? Package. So by removing is unnecessary or redundant or contradictory state, which is the main source of bugs, okay, you say, hey, now let me actually iterate through this and find yeah, iterate through all of these elements and get me, okay, and yeah, let me iterate through all of these elements, and given this follow predicate, I want you to now count them, which means that thus here, giving is the following predicate, which you have the accumulator and the current value, okay, which is the item. I want you to start from 0, okay, as a way to count which one of them do we have them properly. So on each iteration, I want you to do is this: if the, you know, if the accumulator dot yeah, because it starts with 0. So if the item dot if the item dot pack is true, okay, if the item dot pack is true, okay, all right, I want you to now return is the accumulator, okay, yep, come on, that plug is indeed. The accumulator will be is this, which is, hey, I want you to now return is the accumulator and add a 1 plus 1, which is pretty much like saying this, but this is a shorthand, right? So if this actually this, okay, then I want you to return is this. But because we are actually now evaluating the syntax, we need to send that using curly brackets. So now the pack items, okay, or initially, or the initial state, it is 0, right? Okay, or 0. So
exactly, it's not triggering as it's supposed to, which is great. So what we need to do is that when that trigger, okay, so when that happens, because it's that, so when this happens, I want to know somehow how to get that state. Is any state in this example redundant? Okay. Is package, for example, package, and the is package redundant here? As it is, we're going to define it as use state here. We're going to initialize as 0. Okay. Use state, and because they are redundant, here we can encapsulate in one of them. We can encapsulate it in one of them. And when you now change that, okay, and once you change that, the next item, which is we are receiving from here, and this next item contains what we're going to set, okay, so then I want you to now trigger is this rendering, is this packaging list. Unless we evaluate this, which is the total. Okay, let's go to reset this. Yeah, we can say is, let's go to evaluate is this. Go to evaluate is this. All right. It's going to evaluate is this. All right. And the pack here, items and set items, and pack and set pack. Okay. So when you detect a state change here, you're gonna set the pack here. Which is quite interesting. Set total here and set package here. Remove is a set total. But you actually can update that. But anytime you handle the change item here, I want you to now update that. Or do something much more appealing, which is which is find me, exactly, which is find me, okay, items dot redux, find me all of these elements Okay, find me all of these elements that when I handle here, find me all of these elements, so I can now rerun this component by saying package, okay, will be now, instead of a state, is like, okay,
because we're going to now evaluate this items, it'll be that those who, yeah, those which, those which the items here, okay, those which the accumulator and the current item, okay, by starting here, we're going to count if that actually matches a particular condition, which is if the item dot is pack is true. All right, then I want to return is the accumulator and the accumulator plus 1. So initially, of course, it'll render is 0 by doing is this. It initially will be 0 on the initial render. Okay. So on the initial render, it is 0. Okay. If the item is back, then I want you to return is this. Okay. Otherwise, then return the accumulator, which is this. And now when you actually this is for us. Otherwise, I want you to return is the accumulator. Exactly. Otherwise, I just wanted to return is the accumulator for that. So now when we run this, which is handle change items, because we are now creating a new state of this. Because here we are not is setting is the state. So what we can do here is to say, hey, return this new state with the item. Okay. The next item where now all of those items whose property here, which is pack, is because we're turning as an object. No. Okay, I fucked up this. So you say, hey, we can get is the total without defining is that. We can get is the total without defining is that, which is quite redundant. Okay. Eliminate the set total here. Similar to this. This is what caused the main issue here. And then you look at here and say, okay, this is the use state 1. Items.length. That's great. And if the next pack is the next item.packet exists, now you're going to update that value. But would it be much better to actually is to generate a new state from this? You know, to generate is a new state from this. Okay, what you have is here this. And you say, well, this will be is a let. Oh, you're mutating is a state like that. Again, following is the convention. And when you handle change item here, oh, of course. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Exactly. But because now when you delete elements, it's now not actually updating that state properly. So one way you can do that is by saying, well, get the ID, all right? Get the ID. Holy hell. Get the ID here. Since we are receiving is the next ID. Since we are receiving is the next ID here. Okay, since we are receiving is the next ID here, which is 1 by 1, okay? Handling here. But when you're going to handle this, you're not able to get, or you're not passing is the next item. You're not passing is the, you're passing is only the ID here. You know? You're only passing is the ID. This logic here is not quite redundant here. So one way to solve this is by saying, okay, let me actually is calculate anytime getting here, how many elements do we have? That can be one way. Let me calculate how many elements do I have here. Let me count how many elements actually match that condition, and then bam, do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know that I have to do this, but in this case, it's like, oh, okay, unless I do that at that level, that, you know, I was quite right, but unless I do that in the first level, when you say, hey, you want to show this. You want to show the package. So, in fact, you want to show this package. Let me actually iterate through all of those elements when you do that. So instead of doing this, you eliminate a source of bugs, which is, hey, let's go to now here on the package. I want to iterate through all of those elements. Okay, I want you to iterate through all of those elements and then say, hey, okay, this is the items here. Find, the using is fine. Okay, filter. Oh, filter by this condition. So give me only the, okay, then give me the length of that. You know, you're slowly seeing the particular practice and patterns that they're doing. Okay, package items that filter. Okay, so here when you say, give me the items. Okay. Hey, by passing this callback, I want you to give me these items here that match this condition, that the package where they are packaged, you know. Okay. Okay, filter all of these elements that get this, that match this predicate, and they give me the length of this. Length of that. So now here you actually evaluate this collection of data that match this condition, and if it is, all right, give me only the length of that. And anytime there is a state updates, it's gonna rerun this. You know, it's gonna rerun this properly. Oh my God, I really love this. Oh, okay. You know what you're learning is techniques, bro. That's what you're learning. That's what you're learning here. Techniques, bro. Wow, that's what you're learning. Techniques, bro. Fix the disappearance selection. Fix the disappearance selection. There is a list of letters in state when you hover or focus a particular letter. Yeah, when you hover a particular, okay, there is a list of letters in states. Okay, when you hover a particular letter, it gets highlighted. The currently highlighted letter is stored in the highlight letter. Okay, time to check and festival begin here. You can start and unstart individual letters. Which updates the later arrays in state. This code works, but the minor UI glitch but there is a minor UI glitch. When you press start or unstart, the highlight disappears for a moment. Oh, okay. So the Y doesn't actually stay or preserve that state. Okay. However, it reappears as soon as you move your pointer or switch to another letter, which keyword. Why this is happening? Fix so that highlight doesn't disappear after the button clicks. Here we're looking at our states, letters, and highlight letters. We're defining as a handlers here that actually trigger is a setter, okay, aka a rendering, which means give the order to react to trigger this state updates. To trigger now is rendering, call the React components, and then apply or commit those state changes. Okay. So handle star here. Set letters is this. Set letter maps is doing this. It's actually creating is a new is updating this new array object by creating a new state, which is great, and say, hey, if the letter.id is equal to the star ID, return this. Okay, the letter is a star. So let's see how now actually is working at the template layer. By doing is this. So now it's evaluating is this. Letter is our component, and say on hover, handle hover. On toggle star, handle this. Is highlight letter is equal to highlighted letter, like so. You are now making an evaluation here. Okay, is highlighted letter is equal to the highlighter. Here you're gonna pass is true or false. When you look at the letter here, which is receiving is the letter, is highlighter, on hover, and on toggle, is highlighter is seems that caused the problem here, which means is highlighted here. You say okay, highlight here. Okay, highlight is true or false. And on hover, emit the letter. Similar for this. And when you say on hover here, which is now is a function that you're receiving here, handle hover here, which is this, I said the highlight letters. What happened is that state change is happening at that child. No, it's happening here. Okay, it's happening here. But you are evaluating is this like so. Highlighted letter here. Is highlighted letter. Is the letter. This is the letter. If the letter exists, which means you are holding is a state here. Exactly. You are holding is the state highlight here. So when you have these UI patterns, when you have this UI selection here, it is better to work with the ID rather than the object itself. By saying it's letter.id and highlighted.id is because of that. And what happened here is that I'm gonna get paid for what I know here in this kind of thing. So what's going on here? I want to describe this. Okay, because now here, okay, you are now setting is the object here. Set highlight is actually triggering is that when on hover, handle hover here, when you toggle the star here, which is handle the star here. So far so good. It's actually giving all of the proper render elements here. But when it comes to work with selections, work with ID instead of the object itself. Why is that? Because objects are not detected, bro. You know, objects are not detected. Properties instead are do so. You know, property are do so. property instead are doing so. And what happened here is that show the solution. Is using a highlighted ID. Exactly. Is using a highlighted ID instead of the object. The problem is that you are holding the letter object in the highlight letter, but you also holding the same information in the letter. First, there are redundancy here. You're holding is the exactly. You're holding is a reference of the letters later on here. When you call on handle star here, handle hover, you set that letter here. So your state has duplications, and they are very finicky. When you update the letters array after the button click, you create a new letter object which is different from the highlighted letter. This is why highlighter is equal to letter check becomes false and the highlight disappears. It reappears the next time you call set highlighted letter when the pointers move. To fix this issue, remove the duplication from state. Instead of storing the letter itself in two places, store the highlighted ID instead. Then you can check is highlighted for each letter with the letter ID is equal to the highlighted ID, which will work even if the letter object has changed since the last render. But because at the end of the day, you want to work is with ID that actually match that. So especially when you're working with selections, okay, don't hold a reference of the objects. In fact, or instead, hold is an ID reference. Hold is an ID reference here. So handle hover here, hold is an ID reference to that. Hold is an ID reference to that. Okay. So on toggle star, letter.id, okay, on handle star, on toggle star, you're gonna do this on toggle star, you're gonna pass the ID there. Okay, you're gonna emit that on toggle star. That is gonna call is the handle star, which is this. So this is what we want. Okay. But with the letters and serifs here, okay, what is the main problem here? The main problem is that we are actually getting is this set highlight letter on handle hover. On handle hover, on hover, we are now emitting that, and on hover here we are emitting is the letter. So instead of actually getting is the letter and use the letter for that, use the ID for that. Use the ID for that. It means that that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't use objects for that. You can create a new object which is that. Instead of instead of comparing that with object, comparing that with properties. Compare them with properties here. Compare them with properties because objects are not the same. They hold different reference. They hold different reference here. Implement multiple selection like so, and say, hey, I want to implement multiple selection here. Okay. In this case, the letter is selected props and on toggle. So for this, it's like exactly. Don't compare objects, compare properties. Because object can have different reference. Therefore, it will never trigger an update. For example, here. When you're doing this, this is a source of this might cause a source of error. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And you got to implement multiple selection here, like so. In this example, each letter has a select prop and an on toggle handler that mark is as selected. This works, but the state is stored as a selected ID, either null or as ID. So only one letter can get selected at a given time. Change the state structure to support multiple selection. How would you structure this? Think about it before writing the code. Each checkbox should become independent for each other. Clicking a letter, clicking a selected letter should uncheck it. Finally, the footer should show the correct number on the select items. So group them by related. Select ID and select ID. Finally, the footer should have the correct number of the selected items. Exactly, but if you want to represent, think of this as how you can do this. Okay. So, represent all of the different visual states. Okay, what are the different visual states that we can have? Is this one, and then this one, and then this one, and this one, and this one. And how to trigger and determine what trigger those change updates, okay, which is on toggle, all right, and then represent those states as change. And represent those states in memory as with use states. So one way to do that is by saying, hey, we want to select this, or select this, or select another one, all right. For example, like so. But allow multiple selection. Think of this as how would you implement this? I can do that by having an object. I can do this by having a collection of selected, that can be one of them, by having a collections of selected whose property is selected, okay, and by having this collection like so, we can enable to actually have that. Initially is null, all right, is selected, okay. So we have now this. So we have these collections here on object that you're going to represent is all of the different elements that are rendering here, right? So because at the end of the day we are now using the letters, okay, as the data here. we can now reuse some of the logic here by saying is steering, is steering, is steering, okay, and say, well, instead of actually select the ID, okay, we're gonna now is to check, all right, this selected ID, is this one? That's a good, interesting challenge. How would you go about this? I get this object with all of these elements selected here, okay? So what it can have is perhaps is a mirror object, okay, with this state that when those change, it actually reflects those state changes here. That may be one way. The other is that if that actually is a stair, which is, if you do this, hey, is this a stair? Okay, now let's go to actually is select that, you know, from the letter, letter that is a stair. So letter contains now that here, and it's a stair. Well, I want you to now select that. So letter is saying, hey, it's selected as a property, okay, and when we pass is selected here and say, hey, it's selected here, we're going to check is this selected for that element, and then going to properly update that. So here we don't have is this, in fact we got is this letter is started, is started here, and there you got it. Okay, now when we handle that, okay, when we're going to connect that handle toggle ID or on toggle, we want now is to update the state here, okay, we want somehow is update the state letter here. So in this case we're gonna have is the okay, we even okay, we'll need to have is, I don't know, where do you get the letter here? It's like letter come from some, okay, is it one. So let's go to now define this as I said, letters here. So we are now having is this letters object, okay, that is actually mapping that can access to lexical declaration, use state from letters, okay, so you're going to map those letters, and you're gonna select that can access lexical declaration letters before initialization. Interesting. So you can make use of that. Okay, perhaps you should receive this as props. Exactly. So none of this. So the point here is that once we're able to iterate through this letter, because it's this one, letter is undefined, Okay. And letters. Can access lexical declaration letters before initialization. Okay, instead of a single ID, you might hold an array of set or a set of selected. Exactly. So represent is that. It's like represent is that. That match is ID with this. You can only have unique values. Or a set for that. What here you can say is that selected list. Okay, set selected list as a new set. All right. And here we're gonna have is now this set structure. Okay, set that will contain is the letters. No, okay. Show me the path. Show me the pattern here. Show me the pattern. Selected ID here. Where now the selected ID is an state or an object here. Exactly, it's an array. Where here you're gonna have is now the selected count, and then you're gonna render this. So function handle toggle ID was previously selected. Is a selected ID included toggle ID? Okay, then remove this ID from the array. Set selects ID, otherwise add this ID to the array. But again, the idea here is to represent. I wasn't that far. You just only need to have is this array. Okay. But the selected IDs or selected IDs as they call. Selected IDs. Okay. And then instead of doing this, you're gonna say, hey, handle toggle. So now that I'm getting this as a way to allow multiple of them, I want now is to have a record. Somehow have a record of this, you know. Somehow have a record of this, which is when you say select IDs and selected count, which is selected counted. Okay, the selected count, which where you have is the length. Selected count, what you're gonna have is the selected IDs dot length, right? Now the idea here is to store this object here. Okay, so find a way to store this object here in a particular way. So when you handle toggle that, you're gonna see which one of them is star. Or if the select ID that includes toggle ID, Okay, you are now storing is the ID. Okay. Again, techniques here. Again, techniques here. And then you're gonna pass this all of those that contain is ID. Mamá huevo, súbele el brillo, maldito. Me vas a ciego, coño, tu madre. Exactly, you create a new set of this. Create a copy to avoid mutation. And then, hey, is this actually contain the ID? All right. Set selected IDs. So what is the end goal of this? I want to be very, very clear about this. What is the end goal of this? Okay? Because you got two solutions here. Instead of using the selected ID, you keep the selected ID arrays in the state. For example, if you select the first and last letter, it will contain 0 and 2. When nothing is selected, it will be an empty array. One minor downside of using an array is that for each item you're calling includes letter ID to check whether it is selected. If the array is very large, this can become a performance problem because array search would include text linear time, and you're doing this search for each individual item. To fix this, you can hold a set in a state instead, which provide a fast hash operation. So by now representing is this set, which is pretty much like which only holds its unique values. Okay, and once you create a new copy of this selected ID, okay, you're gonna check, hey, do we have now this here? Okay, is this actually belongs to this? All right, if this exists, remove it. If not, add it, and then pass these new IDs. Pass this new object. Okay, pass this new object here with set. Okay, pass this new object here. Okay, exactly, it's a key value pair. Store unique values of any type. Okay, it's a key value pair. So on average, therefore, it could be represented internally as a hash table with O1 lookup, a search tree, or any other data structure as long as the complexity is better than ON. And this was one of the trouble here, because it stored very well my thinking process, okay, by saying, all right, we can represent that with an array, or we can represent that with a data structure here, and then we're using as a solution of set as a way to say, hey, because now anytime we need to iterate through an array, we have to go through that. If that array is too big enough, we don't want to do that, and in fact we wanted to prefer to use is a set or a map, which is a hash data structure, which is this kind of dictionary in Python, which means that access times are better than ON, which means that if you have a huge collection of data, all right, what will happen is now you can have access to them pretty fast.
It's like you know where your keys are. So even though that you throw your keys anywhere, somehow you know that your keys are there. You know, it's like having a data structure, a place where you, anytime you leave your key in a particular place, you're gonna find it. So it's there. So this is okay. So this is, oh my god. So if we represent this with a new set here, instead of doing this, so if we represent that with a new set, okay, with a new set here, oh my god, oh, it makes a lot of sense. Oh nigga. It's like, oh, okay, it makes a lot of sense. So instead of doing it, no, goddamn, selected IDs, exactly. Oh nigga, okay, so instead of doing this, you say, hey, new set, okay, which is a hash or a key value pair whose values are unique, okay. Whose values are unique. Okay. And then you're gonna say hash. Exactly. What I specify is this value exists here. So what you can do here is by now storing this structure here, this data structure here with the new sets, okay, you can say here is like, hey, handle toggle ID will be something like this. So we need to create a new state from that, which is const new or next IDs, okay. What you're gonna have is a new set. Here what it's doing with the new keyword is automizing is the process of object creations and prototype linking, aka inheritance, aka allowing to access to the property and methods, or allowing through the proto chains have access to the property and methods that are relevant for these objects, or through along the upper classes. And then, all right, and then now you say, okay, next ID new set, which is this. What are you going to do is say things like this. Okay, now that you have this new set, I need to find a way to get that. So I'm going to hold all of the ID for that. Okay, makes sense. So for example, if you create here a set for that, say, hey, new set here, and for some reason you say 1, 2, 3, right? Then you assign that to a const, let's say new set. I don't have any creativity right now. You say, hey, it's not an iterable. Oh, you expect this to be an iterable. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you expect this to be an iterable. Oh, you expect this to be an iterable, even though that they tell you that here is a store unique values of any time, whether primitive values or object reference. So what is the shape of this? That's my question. That's my bloody question. Oh, okay, it's an iterable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example, here. And if you want to know is a new set, is giving you this. If you for some reason passing is a 1, here, say, hey, now 1, 2, 3. Or if you say, for example, is like add 1,
You say no modification. Okay, okay. You can also pass is a object here where you say number one, say num1, okay, say num2. Wait, what the hell? Oh, but you need to maintain its consistency here. You need to maintain its consistency. Interesting. Okay, or objects here. Primitive or objects here. If for some reason you want to add a new, but with a different value here, it actually add that. Exactly. So for example, you add this new element, but it's object reference. Object reference. You have to be careful with this. You have to be careful with it because it allows you to store primitive value, pretty much like an array style. Okay, primitive value, which is great. Okay, okay. And you say one, you say nothing changed. Okay. You can also remove element from that by saying delete one, and then all right, you delete that. So it's no longer here. Oh my God. Okay. So now we've said we can have this data structure that we can represent unique value, primitive values, or object reference. Object reference. God damn it. So because of that, you are going to actually look if that actually exists. So hey, next ID. If that actually exists, okay, if it is, good, so let me now remove that ID. Delete that ID. Okay, it's a way to say, hey, let's go to toggle this. If not, okay, all right, let's go to now add that ID to say add toggle ID. So now that we got this data structure here, okay, it is time to send the order to React. Hey, I want you to now update the state, therefore render it for me, which is calling is this set here. This must be like this. This is more like a convention. Hey, I want you to now set the IDs by passing is the new state from this, which is next IDs for that. Remember to always pass is the next element. The passing is a new state out of this. The reason to do that, you want to make your component, you don't want to cause side effects. In other words, you just want this to give a snapshot of this new state to React. Hey, this is a new snapshot, a new snapshot, a new snapshot. To receive a new snapshot for that. So you don't want to mutate you don't want to mutate is reference, because then you will have in a very problematic issue. Okay, makes sense. So now that we get is this selected IDs, so how can we notify is to the is selected, okay, about that? All right. So one way to do that is by saying, hey, I want you to now check for that selected count. There's no need to actually say things like this. Okay. I want you to now is when you're now iterating through this, I want you to see if the handle toggle, exactly, handle toggle. I want you to see now if the, exactly, I want you to see now if the letter.id, okay, select.ids, if the select.id has that. Question, can we do this? It's not defined. Selected count. What the fuck is selected count? You have selected. Oh, okay. I get it. Selected count. You can say, hey, selected count here. Selected count, it'll be is the selected IDs dot len. So you have, otherwise is 0. I think is that the size MDN, I mean is set MDN size, say size, exactly. Okay, so now that JavaScript knows this and say, all right, it makes sense, cool, good. So yeah, toggle ID is not defined. Handle toggle. Oh, because it's on here. Handle toggle on change is saying you the letter ID. On toggle. On change, which is now on toggle, you're gonna perform this. You're gonna update this. When is evaluating that? Oh, because it doesn't have anything. Okay. New selected like this. That I'm actually receiving from on toggle, where on toggle is casting that. Okay, on toggle I want you to saying is the letter ID. It is like that. It's like, is the next ID, if the next ID has a toggle ID, you're gonna have that. It say, hey, but I don't have that. That's quite interesting. Are you not sending that properly on the letter here? Even though that we're passing is the letter.id on toggle, also on change. So when this changes, I want you to call the on toggle, which is a callback here that comes from here on toggle, which is now the handle toggle. And it say that. So on toggle is not actually calling this handle toggle properly, but it say, hey, toggle ID doesn't is, oh my god. God damn it. Okay, toggle ID does not exist. You're receiving that properly, and then you're updating that as expected.
Holy moly. But this is when you wanted to implement multiple selections. Represent that using a okay. Represent using fix the disappearance selection. And implement multiple selections by doing is that. By doing is that how you can think about this problem, how you can represent that. Oh my God, I get it, man. I get it why these people are fucking nuts. Which is very fast, and it's here when you actually are detecting that. So hey, is this selected ID? Is this selected ID in this data structure actually exists? Okay. Okay. Good. Select that. That was quite fucked up. And that'll be all for this video. Take care. Bye bye.